Welcome to the Making of a Musical, i.e. how to create musical theater and make money doing it, by yours truly, Stephen Gashler. So, the first question I want to ask is, aren't musicals cheesy, freaky, painful, and less than masculine? Of course. But a good musical can also be inspiring, spectacular, fun, terribly catchy, and brilliant. Quality musical theater is a combination of virtually every art form. Literature, acting, music, dance, fashion, visual arts, magic, and sometimes even cinema, to name a few. If there is a more grand, rich, and powerful art form, I'm not aware of it. Movies are great and glorious, but live theater has the added benefit of the real-time, real-world human touch, which not only makes the experience more fun for the audience, but for the actors as well. And the good news is, it's never been easier to make such grand, rich, and powerful art. The tools have never been more accessible, there's never been more inspiration to build on, and there's never been more opportunity to perform and to make money doing it. Whether you're a Charlie Chaplin or a Mel Brooks wanting to write, direct, compose, and star in your own productions, or if you're a team player looking to collaborate, you, by virtue of living in the 21st century, are fully equipped to turn your dreams into a full-scale production. While big studios have always and may always dominate the industry, there are theater spaces everywhere, and you are surrounded by talented and willing people and a wealth of potential audiences with a bottomless appetite for fresh entertainment. If you don't believe me, ask yourself how many hours of Netflix, Disney Plus, Amazon Prime, or YouTube you and your friends consumed last week. Entertainment has never been higher in demand. For those of us in theater, it's just a matter of selling the benefits of live entertainment over pre-recorded entertainment, which should be a no-brainer. Furthermore, when you consider the costs of most startup businesses, research, development, loans, and lots of capital, compared to the low overhead of theater, you got a space, you got actors, you got a show. With a little business sense, theater may be one of the easiest businesses to break into. In other words, you have the power, not some studio executive or Broadway producer, you. Many believe that they are beholden to the whims of the industry, that the most they could hope for is to write a great script and pitch it to someone with influence. For years, I believed this myself, and after sending out countless submissions to contests, theater companies, agents, and publishers, and receiving countless rejections, I began to believe that it was just too hard to break in. Perhaps, I reasoned, if I were to move to New York City or Los Angeles, I might rub shoulders with the right people who could get me an in. The problem is, countless other people believe this as well. In the fight to win the attention of the powers that be, one wages an uphill battle wherein casualties will be the rule, success the extreme exceptions. How many call center workers, table bussers, and taxi drivers in Los Angeles or New York City are also writers, composers, and actors by night, waging everything on a lucky break? And how many of them are wasting away with disillusion and missed opportunities? Even worse, how many of them, in the desperation to realize some portion of their deflating dreams, are selling out, taking whatever gig they can get, no matter how unfulfilling or degrading? Don't do that. The grass is not greener on the other side, and New York City and Los Angeles are not the promised lands. Instead of competing with everyone else and pursuing some distant, elusive, and remote possibility, think differently and plant where you are. Seize the opportunities right in front of you, and if you don't see them, make them. Specifically, I want each and every one of you to think of yourself as a producer, the person who brings your dream to life, unbeholden to anyone else. You are fully capable of learning and executing the simple business principles that will make this possible. There could be no greater ambassador of your passion project than you, and the fact that you don't have to subtract royalties from your earnings makes you more likely to succeed. Forget about the authority of others and work as if everything depends on you and you alone. From my experience, there is no surer way to make your dreams a reality and to enjoy financial success while doing so. To illustrate, I'll first relate my own story of how I've turned musical theater into my day job, right here in Utah Valley, outlining my successes and failures and the lessons learned from both. I'll then share some practical tips, the tools of the trade, the business of entertainment, and how to walk away with a profit. Given the limits of the presentation, I will only lightly touch the subjects of finding inspiration in the crafts of writing and composing. Between middle school and high school, while my peers were into sports stars, pop singers, and teen idols, my friends and I were into bums, not the kind you sit on. Like the barefoot, carefree Huckleberry Finn, we saw the early American hobo as the archetype of freedom, the polar opposite from the boring, serious businessman we feared was the specter of our future. During sleepovers, we would practice sleeping in gutters or newspaper bins. We would go barefoot, speak in broken English, and dare each other to eat the trashiest things we could find. One time, my buddy and I went so far as to take a bus to downtown Salt Lake City, where we hung out with the homeless for a night and slept on a park bench. To me, a satirist from the beginning, it was all a kind of joke against societal norms, while at the same time, an inspiring adventure, appealing in its uncouth and forbidden nature. In my mind, these impressions naturally took the form of music, jazz music. One summer day, I had the idea to take the characters, themes, and songs we'd invented while playing out these adventures and turn it all into a musical. I imagined a hilarious and inspiring show featuring singing, dancing bums on Broadway. So I opened up a word processor and started writing a script and lyrics. While I had no idea what I was doing, I also had no reason to doubt myself, so it all just flowed out of my mind, melodies and all. I then got to work on the score, teaching myself how to use the free music software of the late 90s. It turns out, when you're unaware of your limitations, they don't exist. Over time, I shared my passion project with others, gaining excitement and momentum. Then, during a lunch period of my junior year, we put on the first production of Bums the Musical, which I also directed and starred in. It was a train wreck, but the audience liked it enough, and I learned what I was capable of. My senior year, I was back with a slightly bigger, slightly better show, Midgets the Musical. We won't talk about that one. Over the next 9 years, life happened, including college, admission, marriage, and introduction into the workforce and other passion projects. In 2010, after the publication of my first novel, The Bent Sword, a satirical young adult fantasy adventure, I was ready to revisit the stage. So I took my story and turned it into a full-length musical. At the time, I and my wife Teresa were with a nonprofit theater company which began as a bunch of BYU students wanting to develop new original plays. I shared my script and music demos with them and was amazed when they told me they would help me put on the show. I thought I had, at last, arrived at fame and glory. While the company covered the rent for the theater, my wife and I put up audition notices at BYU, emailed our friends, and to our wonder, people actually showed up to audition. Everyone who came was cast, and these people invited their friends and family to the show. At the time, it was a magical experience. In hindsight, it was also a train wreck, though it was significantly less of a train wreck than my high school productions. The theater company said that it was the most successful production they'd ever put on. Not until it was over and I handed over all of our profits to the theater company did it occur to me that I could have just rented the theater myself and kept the profits. Between self-employment, day jobs, babies, writing books, and other passion projects, it took me 5 years until I was ready to put on another show. But with the success of The Bent Sword still fresh in my memory, I was confident that I could do it again without the permission of anyone else. So I contacted a theater company, or a theater owner, paid him a few thousand upfront, enough to rent some rehearsals and 11 performances, and made plans for my revised and expanded edition of Bums the Musical. Wanting great branding, I hired an artist to make this swanky cover, which I used in posters, websites, and social media. I had learned from The Bent Sword that the key to successful production was involving lots of people. So rather than my wife and I doing the majority of the work, we found a director who helped us find a choreographer, a costumer, a set builder, etc. The wonderful thing about this valley is there is so much talent and so many people willing to donate their time for the love of art. Of course, if you're an actor thinking your talent should be your day job, this is a bad thing. But for producers like me, it's great. While we covered all the expenses, the only person we actually paid was the set builder, and only then at our own insistence, knowing the many hours of hard work he put in. It's not that we wouldn't love to pay everyone, it's just the nature of the community theater. Everyone knows it's a labor of love. Though for us, community theater was just a stepping stone toward professional theater. As for this production, notwithstanding all the donated time, we took a loss. While the reviewers had some great things to say, I had tried to scale too quickly, and we didn't get enough audience to adequately fill all of the performances. I know I said theater should be easy to break into, but as with all business startups, the reality is that creating a new theater company is tough, and the vast majority don't survive. In fact, the theater owner was also struggling to pay the bills. For one of the performances, the electricity was shut off, and we had to send everyone home. That was fun. Like the characters of our show, it seemed we were destined for hardship with no relief in sight. But also like the characters, we were determined to sing and dance about it. Meanwhile, Teresa also had a passion project, a paranormal romantic comedy with haunting bluegrass music, inspired by a scary story she had told at the Timpanogos Storytelling Festival. She and I developed this musical together. Collaborating with a close friend or spouse can be amazing, or terrible. We experienced both. My advice is be sensitive and overcommunicate, especially when there's deadlines, especially when you share the same bed. Take My Death Away began as a staged reading at the Provo Library. Hint, they let you use their conference rooms for free for things like this. We weren't trying to make money, we just wanted a reason to develop the show, get feedback and test it in front of an audience. Because after the mixed results of the 2015 production of Bums, we wanted to play it safe. In hindsight, it was harder to fill an audience for a free show than a paid show. Free has a stench about it. Always charge for tickets. And when not paying your cast, at least take them to Denny's. This is a requirement. Unfortunately, this guy, whom Teresa and I affectionately call Mr. Moneybags, wasn't in the audience, and we received no invitations to take our budding Halloween show to Broadway. Within months, I moved on to my next project, that Nordic rock opera that had been floating around in the back of my mind. The fact that I knew little about Vikings and less about rock music was no more of an impediment to my journey than my ignorance of bluegrass had been with Take My Death Away or my ignorance of jazz music with Bums. I've found that competence follows innovation, and not the other way around. This rocking artwork came out of a contest I held on 99designs.com, a site I highly recommend for creators on a budget. Following a challenge by a friend, before I'd even composed half of the album, I got on the phone and pre-sold as many albums as I could. It was really awkward, and to be honest, I don't really recommend doing that. At the same time, it forced me to put this project into motion. I also organized a Kickstarter project and a launch party at the Provo Library featuring local bands. Altogether, this enabled me to sell hundreds of albums. The first concert took place at the Velour in Provo, a popular spot in the local music scene. It's not that expensive to rent the place, and we made our money back from the ticket sales. Then my family took a minified version of the show to libraries. Performances like these are easier to set up than you might think. You just got to get on the phone. Teresa and I even performed the show at LTUE. Each performance gave us an opportunity to improve the show, sell albums, and grow our following. We were also growing a following on YouTube where we posted music videos from this and our other shows. But as the Valhalla wave died down, and once again Mr. Moneybags failed to make an appearance, I found myself saying once again, well, that was fun. Time to get back to work. Then in 2019, a former director of Bums told me that he was starting his own nonprofit theater company dedicated to new works in the community, and he asked Teresa and I to join the board. He put us in charge of scheduling the season, and you can be sure that one of our first shows was a full-scale production of Valhalla, including a live band. Incidentally, Teresa makes a hot Viking Jarl. Once again, she and I produced and starred in our show, and at the time, it was the biggest, baddest show we'd put on. The ticket sales putting Bums to shame. Then, once again, we handed over the profits to the theater company and went back to our day jobs. I'll never get tired of seeing my show's title on a marquee. It seems that our passion for our works made the company successful, because when, a few months later, the company put their profits into a classic Molière play, nothing against Molière, but the ticket sales were pitiful. In the fall of 2020, the company was scheduled to put on the first full-scale production of our play, Take My Death Away. This artwork also came from a contest I set up on 99designs.com. But somehow people got it into their heads that there was some sort of pandemic going on, and the company canceled the entire season. This was a blow, as we'd been looking toward this show for years. However, A month and a half before the show was originally scheduled to open, the theater owner, separate from the theater company which rented the space, he contacted me and offered to personally fund the show if we would still put it on. He'd been happy with how Valhalla had turned out and wanted more of our content. Like countless other business owners, he was desperate to stay afloat during the financial crisis of the pandemic. So, with some research, we found out that as long as we got creative, we could still technically put on the show while observing all of the state's safety guidelines. Still, we were wary of the righteous indignation of the social media mobs that had attacked other theater companies for not shutting down. If someone in our group were to get COVID 19, never mind that they could have got it from virtually anywhere else, it could ruin our investment. Still, we accepted the challenge, though the question remained, would anyone support us? The answer was a resounding yes. Though we only had 6 weeks to throw the whole thing together, a dizzying pace for a full length musical, we soon assembled a passionate group of people who were bored out of their minds from the pandemic and eager for a chance to perform again. This same phenomenon applied to the audiences. Even while everyone had to wear a mask, we more than doubled our sales from Valhalla, selling out more than half of our performances. To my knowledge, none of the hundreds of people who attended our play got sick from doing so. The lesson: sometimes you got to go against the grain, and for every challenge, there is a greater opportunity. While were still uncomfortable attending live events, this challenge also proved to be an opportunity. We had the show professionally recorded, and we then sold virtual tickets on top of the live tickets. This significantly increased our revenue, something we would not have thought of if we didn't have to innovate. And technically speaking, it was a simple process. We simply uploaded the video to YouTube, made it private, and shared a link with people who bought tickets. Where there is a will, there is a way. In spite of the theater owner's offer, we chose to fund the show ourselves, and we split the earnings with him. What more, we paid every person in the production, something we'd never done before. And thus was born our own theater company, Great Hall Theatrical Experiences. Having had enough of do-gooding nonprofits, we were a strictly for-profit company dedicated to producing our own works. There were no boards, no committees, and no solicitations for donations or grants. Teresa and I would be beholden to no one but ourselves, retaining absolute and creative financial control. Perhaps surprisingly, this insistence has not hampered any relationships. People want to be a part of what we're doing because we're actually doing it. It's fun and inspiring, and unlike most community theaters around here, we pay them. It's pittance, but it's money nonetheless. And with each production, we try to pay more than before. Our goal is not to get filthy rich, but to support our own family and as many other families as we can in doing what we love. In no time, we spun up a website using WordPress and its e-commerce plugin, and soon we were taking lots and lots of ticket sales, the money going straight to our bank account. For years, I didn't believe that theater could be our primary source of income. I subscribed to the Mike Rowe philosophy of get a real job and do your passion on the side. There is a lot of truth in that. My many years of real jobness, plus some real estate investment, equipped us with the financial savings we needed to transition into self-employment. My experience with business prepared me for the business of theater. Plunging into this without a financial safety net and a strong business plan would have been stupid. The middle path I found is when you can make your passion a good business pursuit, something you could explain to your uncreative accountant friend, and instead of him saying, "Get a job, hippie," he says, "That actually makes sense." With a constantly growing network of crew, performers, and audience, and a large, predictable stream of revenue, how could this not become our day job? Furthermore, Teresa enrolled in an entrepreneurship course for women called Soul Seed Academy, providing valuable mentorship for us as we kicked Great Hall into motion and planned our futures. I highly recommend them. As we've gotten more organized, Teresa handles most of the business and communications, while I mostly handle the creative side. Part of our business plan was to keep ourselves ridiculously busy with musical theater. While each show could bring in thousands, an average family needs tens of thousands per year to stay afloat. Thus, we required a new show every few months. Before one show wraps up, auditions would need to already be underway for the next one. So late last year, I planned out an entire year's worth of events, including youth workshops, murder mystery dinners, a dance, a mini Renaissance fair, and 2 musicals that don't even exist yet. This doesn't even factor in our additional projects, such as creating albums and music videos. Some might call this crazy, and yet, so far, everything has gone exactly to plan. There is tremendous power in simply planning out one's future, not as some pie in the sky, wouldn't it be great if, but with real practical goals and real strategies for achieving them. If you can plan it, you can achieve it. There is no question in my mind that I am up to the task of creating, delivering, and producing 2 new musicals this year, on top of everything else I'm doing. Nor is there any question within the minds of our directors who have lined up to claim these musicals. Your task is to prove to others that you can be depended on to deliver quality. In summary, through 10 years of trial and error, we realized the following. 1, anyone can create musicals. Teresa and I are just average people who put in a lot of time and figure things out, and we still have a long ways to go. 2, get lots of feedback. We workshop everything we do, no matter how many times we've workshopped it before. We ask every cast for their thoughts, and we try to be humble as we incorporate changes. Our works are never finished, as they're constantly evolving and improving. Some of the most valuable feedback has been from reviewers who tear our shows apart, so don't be prima donnas. 3, you don't need anyone's permission. Whether or not Mr. Moneybags even exists should have no influence in your ability to achieve your dreams. Similarly, 4, you don't need anyone's financial support. For just a few $1,000s, we knew that we could fund any show, and as long as we were smart with that money, we could make much more in return. If you don't have that kind of money, that's not a problem. You can start by building a savings. There is power, security, and freedom in being financially independent. And it really doesn't take much to get started. In fact, it may not require anything. There are many spaces where you can perform for free, and most people don't expect compensation for being a part of theater. You can always prove a prototype before you invest. Along those lines, don't try to scale too quickly. Over the years, I've seen many a theater company rise and fall as their visions exceeded market realities. To avoid this, test the waters and proceed with caution as you underpromise and overdeliver. If this all feels overwhelming and beyond your abilities, that's fine, because from my experience, as I said, competence follows innovation. To quote Ray Bradbury, all my life, I've jumped off the cliff and built my wings. It works every single time. It never fails. Truer words were never spoken. You don't need expensive tools or expensive training. You don't need to be an authority or an expert to have a golden idea. You can start whenever you're ready. Hint, you'll never be ready. So just start now, or you may never start. Over time, you will hone your craft and discover your unique voice, gifts, and abilities. As you grow, you will figure out the complexities of the business, one leap of faith at a time. When it comes to idea generation, I've found that there's usually an image, concept, if not a story, somewhere in the back of my mind, which I can expand into an outline and then into a script. The good news is that plays, mainly consisting of dialogue, are way easier to write than novels. Of course, lyrics are a different story. When I compose, sometimes I start with a long walk or a brainstorm on the piano. Other times I just open a MIDI sequencer and start throwing together notes. I've found that there are seldom bad ideas, and often the most golden ideas are intuitive, little thoughts on the tip of my mind that can be explored and expanded into something greater, if you'll just give them a chance. For me, literature and music go hand in hand, inspiring one another. Whatever works for you, make it a daily habit. Many of my songs began as songs about my children. When I'm feeling lighthearted and playful, I'm often in the zone to extemporize melodies and lyrics, sometimes without even thinking about it. My advice, if you want to be a composer, have lots of babies. You never know when a great melody will come to you, and having one and then losing it is downright frustrating. So when they do come to you, make sure to record them or to write them down as soon as possible. I use a recording app on my phone for this. One of the most important steps is obtaining feedback. Theater, especially musical theater, is inherently social. It's essential that you get out of your shell and let other people interpret, perform, and critique your work. Schedule a stage reading, even if it's just over Zoom. By being accountable to other people, you'll be amazed at what you're capable of producing. If you don't deliver in full, at least you'll have more to show for yourself than you would have otherwise. If you can't handle the critiques of your friends, you're definitely not ready for audiences and reviewers. When you get started, think minimalism. You don't need a fancy set or fancy costumes. If you have a good script, good music, and good performers, you can raise money from nothing. Call it a benefit concert if you want, but if you find yourself trapped thinking, if only I could afford this, you're probably not thinking creatively enough. Everyone can afford a budget of zero. Thinking around a budget will force you to become resourceful and industrious, and as you grow, you'll be stronger because of it. If you prefer live instruments, many musicals require nothing more than a piano or a guitar. If you're able to make a pilot a financial success with simple instrumentation, great. You can then figure out how to take things to the next level when you get there. One important question is, should you start a nonprofit? Many theater companies choose to become nonprofits so that they can obtain public grants, be exempt from taxes, and because it's good for PR. However, there are some cons. The process of obtaining nonprofit status is long and difficult. You may lose creative control to a required board of directors. Your potential gains are limited as you'll be required to take a limited salary instead of your complete gains. Writing and pursuing grants proposals is time consuming and competitive. The few $1,000s you obtain may not be worth the time of investment when compared to how you might have spent that time in a for profit pursuit. And grants, of course, have strings attached. You have to prove to the grant boards that you're using the money how they want you to, which may not coincide with your vision. So, unless you have a specific nonprofit strategy, I recommend you suck it up, pay sales tax, think commercially, and retain full control. Again, when you have a can do attitude, you can generate your own money. When you're dealing with other people's money, that sense of resourceful industry tends to vanish. For example, I know of a city sponsored theater company that recently spent over $7,000 of public money on costumes. If this were an epic period piece dazzling with spectacle and bringing in large audiences, I could understand that. But this was just an average production of a common play. Meanwhile, we usually spend less than a tenth of that, if not much less, for about as many actors. By simply asking around, shopping at thrift stores, and throwing in some imagination, you'll be amazed at what you can accomplish on a shoestring budget. The jobs of musical theater. At bare minimum, you can do all the jobs yourself. But again, I found that the more people I include, the more money I make. So to me, it's worth it to build a team and to give each member at least a small stipend or honorarium. As it's common to receive nothing, a few $100s can go a long way in building rapport. Ideally, some of the jobs and crew members you'll want are an artistic director, aka the head honcho. If you love your baby, give it to someone else, as a fresh perspective will breathe new life into it. Also, if you direct yourself, that will significantly limit your ability to oversee the business aspects of your production. And if the business isn't sound, there is no show. An assistant director, helping with scheduling, lines, and the day to day tasks. The assistant director also often doubles as a stage manager, overseeing the smooth running of the show once it's begun. You'll want a music director, helping everyone come together in beautiful harmony, a dance choreographer. Unless you really know what you're doing, you don't want to do this yourself. Choreography is essential to a good show. Similarly, a fight choreography is often indispensable. A costumer, a set designer, a technical director overseeing the lights, music, cues, and any special effects. Often you'll need a dedicated audio engineer to oversee microphones, run the soundboard, and operate the sound cues. The good news is most theaters that you could rent have this stuff for you if you're not technically minded. You want spotlight operators if necessary. A committed marketing specialist would be great, as if there's no butts in seats, there's no show. Of course, this is only a sampling of the many jobs your show could require. My advice is start with a small team and see if adding to it, see if adding to it, being conservative in your compensation at first, doesn't add to your overall profits. Chances are you have friends or family that would be just as excited to help to bring your dream to life, whether or not you pay them. Now for some more practical advice. When I write a musical, I usually start with an outline. Any word processor will do. I know there's all sorts of great software out there for creating. I just use LibreOffice because it's free and it doesn't get in my way. Then I write a script. I use Writer Solo which is also free and has a lot of great features, such as stage play formatting. Never get creative with your formatting. If you want to be seen as a professional, you've got to follow industry standards, and for this, script writing software is essential, as using a standard word processor will suck hours of your life with unnecessary manual formatting. Again, keep the creativity in your story, not the formatting. As I write lyrics, I leverage rhymezone.com, which has all sorts of great tools for helping you find rhymes, near rhymes, synonyms, idioms, etc. My music software of choice is Cubase. Unfortunately, Cubase is far from free, though as my livelihood depends on it, for me, it's well worth the investment. It provides everything I need for composing, recording, mixing, mastering, and music notation at a truly professional level. If you're a student, you can get a significantly discounted license. There are many other great opportunities, or there are many great other options out there, such as Logic, Pro Tools, Finale, or more consumer-end options such as GarageBand. If you're just looking for a free recording software, Audacity is the most popular. If you're just looking for free music notation software, MuseScore is the most popular. Waveform Free claims to be a fully featured, completely free digital audio workstation supporting MIDI sequencing. It looks promising, though I haven't tried it. As for me, it's all about high-end MIDI, and my most important tool is my sound library. Many people, including other composers, have asked me how I record my instruments. The truth is, I seldom record instruments. I use the East-West Quantum Leap sample libraries, which includes millions of high-quality sounds requiring terabytes of storage. For example, not only is there multiple recordings for every note a violin can play, including the up bow, the down bow, pianissimo, mezzo forte, and fortissimo, but there's a recording for each articulation of each of these notes, such as legato, staccato, pizzicato, tremolo, etc. Compound this with every instrument and chorus of instruments you can imagine, and the possibilities are endless. And this is just one of many libraries out there. If you're getting started with composing, I recommend you seek out a free sample library, as I did, then upgrade when you're ready to move on. While live instruments are nice, they're not strictly necessary these days. In this day and age, this is the way most music is produced, both in theater and in film. Whether or not to include instruments in a production should be a stylistic choice, not a necessity, as the simple reality is that instrumentalists are less willing to perform for free than actors are. Most of my work looks like this: simple drawings, simply drawing out the pitch, time, articulation, and intensity of notes for one instrument after another. The music library is what makes it sound awesome. The MIDI is then automatically converted to sheet music, which I share with my cast and crew. When it's time to record, I invite performers into my bedroom studio. It's as podunk as it sounds. And I mix audio tracks with the MIDI tracks. A full production requires hundreds of files, such as project files, karaoke tracks, demo tracks, cast recordings, sheet music, scripts, and revisions upon revisions. I use Dropbox to synchronize all these files with the casts and crews, so that as soon as I update a document or export an audio track, they have access to it. And when you're investing so much in intellectual property, you sure better have backups. We use a new instance of Slack to communicate for each production. It's more focused and manageable than email or a Facebook group. We use Google Drive to create and share audition forms, agreement forms, rehearsal schedules, etc. As part of planning out your show, you'll need a venue. As I already mentioned, there are free locations such as parks, though you should call the city before to confirm and reserve, or even someone's backyard. Most schools have decent auditoriums, some have amazing auditoriums. Again, most libraries have spaces dedicated for free community usage, which could be great for something low-key like a stage reading. And some have theaters that can be rented. Off the top of my head, I can think of a handful of clubs and private theaters around this valley. There's probably more than you think. Don't be discouraged by rent prices. If you plan well, you should make much more in return. The first step is you just need to look around and get on the phone. As the author Tim Ferriss put it, a person's success in life can usually be measured by the number of uncomfortable conversations he or she is willing to have. I would add, a person's success in life can also be measured by the number of audacious plans he or she is willing to make. Again, we're not talking dreams, but concrete plans in the not too distant future, which you are fully committed to execute. But before you schedule your performances, you need to figure out your business plan. Don't be intimidated. It's easy and well worth it, as it will illuminate your future. I recommend opening a spreadsheet and listing all the important variables you can think of, such as how many people can I realistically cast? When we're just getting started, we found that we could at least scrounge together about 10 to 15 committed people who are wanting to be a part of a show. So let's plan on 12 cast members plus you and 2 friends running the production, totaling 15. Then ask yourself, how many audience members can an average will an average each participant bring into the performance? From our experience, while some bring in 0 and others bring in like 40 or 50, the average is around 20. It's more than you might think. 15 caster crew times 20 audience members equals 300 total audience members. How many seats are available at the venue? Let's say there's 100. You can now calculate how many performances you should book. 300. Audience members divided by 100 seats equals 3 performances. How much are you comfortable charging for tickets? If you're just getting started and it's a low-end production, you can start small, but don't sell yourself short. I recommend having more extensive tickets while offering significant discounts to referrals from cast members. For example, regular tickets could be $15, while friends and family will buy them at $10. Or maybe you give everyone an early bird special, incentivizing them to buy soon. The psychology of saving will ironically make people more comfortable spending more. So on average, let's assume tickets are $12. You can now calculate your revenue. $300 or 300 audience members times 12 tickets equals $3,600. So how much does the venue cost? Let's say it's $200 per night. So with 3 performances, that will total $600. How much will the rest of your production cost? Let's assume costume, props, marketing, miscellaneous expenses, and a cast trip to Denny's add up to $1,000, bringing your total expenses to $1,600. You can now calculate your bottom line, subtracting the expenses from the revenue to get $2,000 profit. This is without factoring in concessions, merchandise, premium tickets, or season tickets, which could significantly increase your profits. It's also without factoring in ticket sales from other sources. Another way of forecasting would be to use these same numbers to estimate how much revenue on average each member of your cast and crew brings in. 20 audience members per cast or crew member times 12 tickets equals $240. So if you recruit 10 people, you're looking at a revenue of $2,400. If you could recruit 30 people, which admittedly is hard to do, you would be looking at a revenue of $7,200. Hence, from my experience, successful casting is the most important step in marketing your show and the biggest predictor of its financial success. I've done plenty of experiments with Google Ads, Facebook, and email marketing, posters, flyers, etc. But at least for an emerging theater company, nothing is nearly as effective as word-of-mouth marketing through your cast and crew. We incentivize our cast and crew members with gift cards to restaurants when they help bring in a certain number of tickets. That said, no one likes pushy sales managers, so don't overdo that. And may the gods of musical theater clear the way before you, and may you find the meat of poetry within you. It's easy for me to talk the talk. If you want to see me walking the walk, I hope you'll come to our 2021 production of Bums at the Angelus Theater in Spanish Fork. This will be our best production to date, and lots of fun. As I recommended to you, tickets are currently $5 off when you reserve them online before March 1st at bumsthemusical.com. I'd love to meet you in person after the show and answer any questions. Also, feel free to send me an email or check out my website, or you can check out my YouTube channel. And thanks for watching. That's all, folks.
Hello. Did you want to answer questions for a Q&A? We have a couple.
Yeah, let's go ahead with some questions.
Okay, so the first one is, what comes first for you, the story or the music?
That's a good question. I'd say it's probably different for everybody. For me, it's mix and match. Sometimes I have melodies long before I put them into a story. Occasionally I write lyrics and then I write the music to that. And frequently I just write the music as I schedule it in. So I often do begin with a story or my wife begins with the story and she hands it off to me, and we think, okay, there needs to be a song here, and then I just sit down and I compose a song. And other times, we're writing the story and we think, oh yeah, there's this melody from long ago. I wonder if I could use that, and I factor it in. So all of the above.
Okay, and the second one is, do you see the effects of the pandemic changing live theater permanently? If so, will it be for better or worse?
I don't really see it as permanent. I think there is an end in sight. Of course, I'm not the most qualified to predict or prophesy on this matter, so I would look at the charts for a better prediction. All I can say is, for my experience and my theater company, it's been a major blessing, as I said, because it's forced us to innovate. And again, we wouldn't have thought of selling virtual tickets. And it's an opportunity that's much bigger than the pandemic, because even when people will be comfortable coming into theaters again in droves, what we found is so many people, especially around here with all the universities, they have family and friends in other states who want to see their shows but can't. And so suddenly, leveraging YouTube and the internet, it's a totally different story. Community theater is now national theater. So that's really cool. And it's something we're glad that came out of this pandemic.
to get through a full draft are always messy. Sometimes you have an outline, sometimes you don't. Sometimes you had an outline somewhere, but like it got lost in the bog. And maybe you had a strong beginning or have an emotionally gripping ending in mind, but the middle is just a muddy disaster. Or maybe there's just that one character in the ensemble that you know you need, but you just can't get them to work properly. And all that's normal. Your first draft is allowed to be a murky, meandering thing. The more you practice drafting, the better you'll get at traversing this marsh with more clarity, purpose, and direction. But like, it's totally okay if this is just a muddy disaster. Nobody can draft for you, but that doesn't mean you have to travel the marshes alone. I recommend that you find other writers to talk with and share your progress and your goals with the best cheerleaders in your life, whether they're reading what you do or not. My husband cheered me through a draft of a nonfiction book this last year, and he's read like a couple pages. He doesn't need to read it to be my cheerleader. So once you have a full draft, you can head over to the range of revision. This is where you get to clean off some of the marsh muck and take your story to new heights. So revising a manuscript is a journey through rough terrain, and it's often an iterative process. Once you've climbed the mountain of fleshing out your main character, there are secondary characters to worry about, and the setting, and the plot, and the pacing, blah, blah, blah. It just goes on. But for all the challenges of each summit you climb, there's like getting a successful revision in place is such a high. A lot of writers revise their work a bit before they show it to anyone else, and that totally makes sense. You probably already know what a lot of the problems in your book are, and you don't really need to show someone else to have them tell you what you already know. Like, you already know. So it's normal to start out in the range with a bit of a solo hike, but as all us gamers know, it's dangerous to go alone. So take a helpful party of fellow adventurers. Here on the image, you'll see a list of adventurers who can help you through the range. And start with writing groups and critique partners. These are fellow writers and avid readers who can help carry your load through this part of the journey. By swapping critiques with other creators, you can get a lot of free help and guidance. And you can hone your critical eye by training it on other people's work. Like, you get a lot better at seeing problems when you practice on other people's things, and then you can take that perspective back to your own work. If you've worked with some free critiques and they've helped, but you just need something more or want something more, then look for a manuscript evaluator. These are editors who review manuscripts for big picture issues, and then they write editorial letters to help writers understand where their work is and how to improve moving forward. This tends to be more rigorous than writing group feedback, because like you're paying for it, so you're not just getting what people can do in their spare time. But it's not as detailed as developmental editing. Dev editors are story and genre-focused professionals who provide all the guidance of a manuscript evaluation, but it's dialed up to like an 11. This can be very overwhelming for someone who's working on their first manuscript, so I recommend it only for writers who have experience receiving, filtering, and implementing feedback from other sources. Those are all important skills, and if you don't have them, working with a developmental editor is going to be overwhelming. So the last group of adventurers I want to talk about here are authenticity readers and other experts. The image says sensitivity readers because that's sort of the term the industry has settled on. But just from my experience, I think a lot of people get the wrong idea of what a sensitivity reader does with that term. So I prefer authenticity reader. An authenticity reader is like a very specific type of dev editor, and they help you give authenticity to your portrayals of groups you don't belong to. Maybe a religion, a sexuality, a gender, a disability, or ethnicity that just you don't share. This is how, for example, a hearing person might be able to better write a deaf character and include true-to-life experiences and insights by consulting with a deaf authenticity reader. It's part of doing rigorous research. Seeking out this sort of expertise helps make your characters more realistic. You can look for similar expert advice from, say, like a doctor if you're writing a lot of injuries and illnesses, or like you might talk to a physicist if you're mucking about with black holes. So it's all part of just authentic research. But that sort of research can impact large-scale revisions, whether you're talking about big character changes or talking about world building issues. So it's better to consult those types of experts early on in the process than to get to the copy editing stage and be like, yeah, this isn't how that works. So after you've conquered the larger mountains of character and plot, it's time to cross the rolling hills of cadence, prose, and proportion. Line editing is a time to focus on voice, finesse, artistry, and efficiency. This is the stage when you ditch filler words, choose vibrant verbs, and zero in on style and voice choices that best convey your character's theme and story. There are no hard and fast rules in line editing, but that doesn't mean it's a rudderless art. You can prepare to line edit your own work by paying close attention to the prose of your favorite writers and by getting advice on phrasing and line editing from books, teachers, and line editors. Up here on the slide, I have 2 books that I recommend first when writers ask for line editing advice. Self-Editing for Fiction Writers by Dave King and Rennie Brown has excellent chapters on proportion and rhythm. And Stein on Editing by Sol Stein has lots of recommendations on how to strip down your prose to the words that matter most. If you're a checklist kind of person, Stein is for you. He's like all over those checklists. And if you get to this point and you want professional help at this stage, you're looking for a line editor. A line editor is a skilled word warrior you can add to your team, and they specialize in fine-tuning phrasing, recommending judicious cuts, and cleaning up errors. Now that you've written the best book that you can, you need to make a decision. Is this book something you're going to publish? If so, are you going to pursue traditional publication, where a publisher pays for all the production costs of your work and gets it out into the world, but they also take the lion's share of the revenue on each sale? Or will you try for self-publishing success, where you shoulder all the costs and the responsibilities, but you retain control at each stage and most of the revenue? At this point, there are really 3 paths you can take. The first is to head off to the querying sands in pursuit of a publishing contract. Second, you can split your party to tackle varied self-publishing tasks, or you can head back to the draft marshes to start something new. I'm going to start by talking about that last one, because especially if you're new to writing and publishing, it may be the best option. I'm not saying that to be mean, it's just true. It's possible to make the journey through the marshes and the range and the foothills and choose not to continue on to publishing. Not every book is meant to be published, and that's super duper okay. That sounded very professional. Super duper. Some writers worry that giving up on their first story idea or first full draft means they're quitting. And heroic champions persevere through every challenge and hurl themselves against every difficulty, no matter what. Right? No. Just because something was your first idea doesn't mean it requires or deserves all your focus forever. Sometimes a manuscript just isn't worth more than what you've already invested in it. Heroes know when to quit. Sometimes you have to ditch a side quest to achieve truly important, or at least public, success. Maybe you've lost your spark for the book, or the plot is super flawed and you aren't in love with the characters enough to hang out with them enough to fix it. Maybe the book is too personal to share with strangers, or maybe it's just super niche and you're not really going to be able to market it to a wide enough audience to make it financially feasible to publish. Maybe it's too big for your current writing skills, so it's better to train up on a smaller project and then come back to revise this one. But even if you toss a manuscript in the trunk and lock it away, take stock of what you've learned. Did your prose get better, your dialogue, or did you learn something that you didn't like in this manuscript that you'd like to do differently next time? So long as you learned something, those words aren't wasted, even if you never publish them and they never see the light of day. It's totally fine. It's all part of the process. Next up, if you decide to go with traditional publication, it's time for a trek through the querying sands, that barren desert of waiting. A query letter is a brief message that introduces your book's hook, length, and other details, and it invites literary agents or acquiring editors at publishing houses to read the book. If an agent or editor likes what they see, they'll request more materials, sometimes a sample of your book, sometimes the whole thing. And if they love it and can imagine a sufficient audience for it, they'll make an offer to go into business with you. A literary agent will offer to do their darndest to sell your book to a publisher with an advantageous contract, and to help you take advantage of all the other rights associated with your book. They do this in exchange for 15% of your advance and royalties on book sales. Their percentages are different for when they sell rights for foreign editions, film and TV options, and other projects derived from your work. A good agent gets your book in front of more editors. Large publishing houses, especially the big five, rarely, if ever, take submissions from authors without agents. And good agents know which editors to send certain books to. They know, like, oh, so-and-so over in Viking would love this prose style. Send the book over there. Or, oh, this plot would really appeal to so-and-so over at Ace Rock, and they'll send it over there. So they do a lot of that matchmaking with Okay. Now I'm not muted. Not muted? Working? Okay. This, yep, I will share. No, that's not going to work. Applications. Let's try to do the book journey map. See if it'll work. Maybe. Nope. Okay. That's not going to work. Where's my PowerPoint presentation? Okay. What's going on? I know everything was fine, and then it's just like no power for you. Okay, all right. All right. I won't have my notes, but I'll be able to. Oh my gosh, if my computer can handle this, it's freaking out. Maybe I need to close some things. Oh my gosh. I'm so sorry if this. I don't need to apologize. I didn't do this. This is just life on life's terms. Yeah, my computer's just. I need a free three-fingered salute. Control Alt Delete. Yeah. No, okay. That's the best we're gonna get. Yeah, I can just do an open Q&A with an editor. I'm just having, my computer's not showing, I can't share anything. So, but if no one has any questions, I can just like off the cuff talk through the rest of my presentation if you'd like. I can try.
Anyone have any questions? Okay, here's one.
Okay.
How do you know when to leave a draft and when to push forward to publish?
So that's a very good question. And one thing that I always recommend is if you're pursuing traditional publication, there's no harm in querying. Like you can always query, and I was going to get to this when the power went out. But when you're querying, that shouldn't be the only thing you're doing, because querying, if you're just sitting around waiting for responses from people, it is trying. So you really should be writing something else while you're querying anyway. And a lot of the authors I know who are successful now, I watched them query like 7 books or something and have all those get rejected. And then book 8 was the book that launched their careers. But they got practice querying and sending out submissions and writing query letters and all that stuff on every single book. So they sent out their query letters and they started writing the next book. So sometimes you don't have to make that decision. You can just send it to other people and keep working on your next book. And then if someone wants it, then you can go back and do the revisions that you need and things like that. If you're someone who is more inclined to self-publishing, it's a little harder because you ultimately are the only person who can decide if it's ready for publication. So if you want a professional opinion on that, like what you would get by querying, you can hire a manuscript evaluator to assess that as well. You can kind of say like, hey, yeah, I want all this broad scale feedback on like plot and character and all that jazz. I'd also really like your honest opinion on whether this is something I should pursue publication with. If you're going to outsource that opinion though, like that shouldn't be the only person you listen to because that's just one person's opinion. But make sure that you're getting someone who knows your genre, who knows the type of niche that you're going for with your book and can kind of speak to the specifics of what you're aiming for. So like if I wrote an adult high fantasy novel, I wouldn't go ask like a picture book editor to tell me if it was ready to publish. Likewise, I wouldn't send my picture book to an adult fantasy editor and be like, is this a good picture book? They'd be like, I don't know, because that's not what they specialize in. So manuscript evaluations can be very helpful in that to get a sort of outside opinion on your work.
Okay. We have a question from Hiram. So I'm revising my first book, but how do I know when it's ready to try querying?
Ask your writing group and critique partners. Also, ask yourself if if your revisions are making the book better or just making it different. There comes a point where you're kind of done doing as much as you can on the revisions on this book. And if you're at that point, it's ready to query. And if no one wants it, then no one wants it. But there's no point in holding off querying if you're just like rearranging. It's not the Titanic, but kind of, if you're just rearranging the furniture in the novel in a way that isn't really changing anything, just go ahead and send it out the door and see what happens. But if there's stuff where you're like, I already know that this is super flawed, like fix that thing is flawed because so go fix it. But if it's kind of getting to the point where you're not sure if your revisions are helping or not anymore, kick it out the door and see what happens.
Okay. We have a question from Kieran. Pros
Mhm.
and cons of both traditional publishing versus self-publishing.
So that's a whole presentation. But the main things that boil down to, like if you go traditional publishing, you're going to get skilled professionals for every stage along the publishing process. You're going to get skilled professionals for marketing, for editing, for book design. Like that's already lined up. You don't have to put out any money up front, and they are normally paying you up front unless they're a really, really small publisher. If they don't give you any advance, you should be getting a higher share of royalties because of that. So someone else is managing most of the business side of the book. Well, not most, but like a good chunk of the business side of things. They're managing it. They already have expertise. You don't have to build a team. You don't have to pay the team. They pay you. That's really nice. That's a good pro. A con, you have less control because there's a whole team that is doing this thing. And you don't necessarily have control over how important you are on that publisher's list each season. Um, Whereas if you self-publish, it's always the most important title because it's yours. And uh, and traditional publishing, the book has to have like a big enough audience for a publisher to take it. And so there are some books that just are a bad fit for a traditional publisher because they're not big enough, but you could find a really effective smaller audience on like a leaner budget with self-publishing. So you lose a lot of control. It tends to be slower. Traditional publishing moves more slowly than self-publishing. Self-publishing, you get all the control. You can kind of run the whole thing. You get all the revenue from each sale, whereas the publisher takes the majority of the revenue in traditional publishing. But you also have all the responsibility, and you need to learn a lot of skills besides writing to be an effective self-publisher. You need to know how to be an art director. You need to know how to hire out work to professionals or to make in-kind exchange arrangements with people who are good at their jobs. You need to handle a lot more of the marketing. Publishers do a lot of marketing behind the scenes in like getting it into trade publications, selling to libraries, getting trade reviews, all that sorts of stuff are things that are a lot harder for self.
We just lost Christy again. Apologies. We're gonna try this one more time.
I
Okay.
apologize on behalf of Mother Earth, I guess, for making it not work.
Okay. Next question. From Stefan. Where do you find readers?
Uh, so I'm assuming you're talking about writing groups and critique groups like beta readers and things like that. Is that okay? All right. So if you're looking for free help, starting at conferences like this is great because you're going to talk to people who are already in your genre and who are also writing. So in the chat right now, anybody want to be a beta reader? Um, so there are Facebook groups, there are Discords. Mostly, you want to go hang out where writers hang out or readers. You can search for beta readers and just ask people. Some local libraries will have reading groups.
We can't seem to hold on to her. A huge thank you to Christy S. Gilbert, who gave an incredible presentation while she still had power. We encourage you to check out her website and or continue asking your questions on the Dragon Chat channel. Coming up next hour, we have how to prepare for NaNoWriMo. See you in a bit. Hello, everybody. Welcome to this hour's panel, which is how to prepare for NaNoWriMo. We are going to be having a Q&A session at the end, so we encourage you to post your questions in the Dragon chat channel. Now I'm going to turn it over to our moderator, Stefan.
Good evening, everybody. I am Stefan Fassmann. I am head of the writing track as part of the Life, the Universe, and Everything Committee. And today we're going to be talking about how to prepare for NaNoWriMo, which is not all that far away. So for those who don't know, just a brief history. It started in 1999 by Chris Batsey with 21 participants, just to get together and try writing a novel in a month. And by 2019, 455,080 people participated in that year's NaNoWriMo. The rules for NaNoWriMo is very simple. You start writing on November 1st at 12 a.m. and you have until 11:59 and 59 seconds on November 30th to write as much as you can. No one's allowed to start early or to keep going after that time period. The novels must reach at least 50,000 words, and planning and extensive notes before that time period is permitted, but you can't write anything that you're going to use as the body during that period, before that period. The novels can be on any theme, genre, or language. Other than that, they don't care. Tonight we have two well-done participants in NaNoWriMo, Charisse Papa and Stephen Thomas. Charisse, please introduce yourself.
You know my name. I've been an editor for the past decade, and I've been participating in NaNoWriMo for longer than that. I started in high school, and I was like, oh, this is really cool. My creative writing teacher was like, hey, do this for extra credit. And so I did, and I was like, this is the best thing ever, and I've been heavily active in NaNoWriMo, especially the Utah County region, even if I don't live there. As that's always been home to me. It's great. I love it. It's a great time to experiment and try new things and to just have a good time.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Stephen, would you introduce yourself, please?
Yeah, sure. I'm Stephen Thompson. I actually can't remember a time that I wasn't doing NaNoWriMo. It has really been one of the most enjoyable things for me ever since I started back in 2007. I try to talk to as many people as I can about it because one of the joys I have is helping other people discover how great writing can actually be. And I've seen people just blossom when they've begun to do NaNoWriMo. And so I feel like today's a very good chance to come here and talk to people about NaNoWriMo and hopefully get them interested in it and allow them to become NaNoWriMo winners.
Thank you, Steve. Okay, and I have been doing NaNoWriMo since 2012. And, some years have been much more challenging than others. So we'll start with some questions. Charisse, what do you do to prepare for NaNoWriMo every year?
I would consider myself a planner, so I do a pretty solid mix of planning, but I don't go too far because I still want to keep the element of discovery that is essential to my process. So the first thing I'll typically do is I'll figure out what I want to write about. What do I want the story to be? I will figure out, characters. If I need to get into the mood, I might write like a little bit of a short story for backgrounds. I often use a notebook where I put down like magic systems and things like that, just so I can get like solidified on the major details. So I don't have to be like, ooh, what does it feel like when they shoot ice out of their fingertips? Like, I want to know how the magic system works, the causes, the costs, the consequences, the emotional growth of the characters a little bit, and then I plot out. I don't know, about 5 or 6 to about a dozen essential moments that I want to work toward. And sometimes I don't follow them, but it just gives me enough of a goal to be like, how am I going to get there? What's going to come next? Without a full outline of how everything's going to go.
Nice. Stephen, what do you do to prepare?
Isaac Asimov once said, "To succeed, planning alone is insufficient. One must improvise as well." Now, there are some NaNoWriMo participants who are at the ends of that. Some who simply decide, I have to plan everything that I do, and there are some that are complete improvisers. And I would say I'm probably part of that group. I don't plan out my novel all that much. Many times I'll start off with just an image in my head. Like a few years ago, I had an image of a planet with poisonous air, with a city built underneath where the only clean air was, and a young woman holding a glowing crystal, looking out through the only chute into the outside world and observing a supernova going off in space, not too far away. Now, I think about that and I think that's what I want to happen in my story. I don't know anything else. I think, who is this woman? What is the crystal? How did the people come to live here? But I think it's going to happen. It's going to happen. Something related to that image in my head's going to happen. And I actually don't try to think about my story that much between writing sessions or before I start writing. I may go ahead and say, what are the main characters' names, and maybe what a conflict is going to be. Maybe not even the main conflict, but a conflict. And I just sit down and try to keep as little in my head as possible and just go for it, right when I start writing for that first time. So I keep it very, very open when I do my writing.
Oh, that sounds great. For me, there have been plenty of times when I've started from a standing start on the first, but I am trying other things. I use NaNoWriMo as an experiment, as a laboratory to try different things. And I'm trying, it's like, oh, I'm going to use this kind of plot or this kind of character, to pre-write some of those things. So what is your goal for a story when you start NaNoWriMo? We'll start with Stephen.
Okay, when I start, I always consider this kind of a strange relationship I have with the story. You can have friends and you can go do something with them for the day, but when you say, I gotta go, your friend's gonna go on, they're gonna have the rest of their day. But with your story, it's different. You create these characters, you create these stories, and when you say, I'm not gonna be here anymore, I have to go home, your characters don't go on and lead their lives after that. Your characters are stopped right where you're at, and they're not going to continue to lead their life until you start writing again. And that just always eats me up if I don't have a completed story, that my characters are there and they're waiting for me to finish this story. And I think one of the biggest goals that I have is trying to tell their story. And it doesn't matter how long it takes, how many words I have to write. It doesn't matter if I have to spend 2 or 3 months afterwards getting it done. That is my major goal when writing a story. I want my characters to have completion, whether it's a happy ending, a sad ending. My characters need to end this because I owe that to them.
Thank you. Charisse, how about you? What goals do you have?
My goal actually changes each year. like you said earlier, you use NaNoWriMo as an experiment. It's a laboratory. I approach it with the same goal. Usually, I'll pick something that I want to focus on, whether it's I want to write in a different genre, or I want to focus on realistic dialogue, or I want to try a different writing routine. Currently I like to write in the evenings, but one year I said I am going to change my routine and write first thing in the morning on NaNoWriMo for this story, and that's going to be my goal. I write year round, so NaNoWriMo is my fun time to try something new, break out of habits, implement new habits. And I usually will just pick something that I've been wanting to focus on, something that's going to bring a little bit of fun. Often it's a new genre, or just something like, hey, I've never done this before, let's go hog wild. I don't care if it works out. I just want to try it. And that's my goal, whether I, finish the 50,000 words or I hit 80,000 words. I'm not too worried about the word count, because if I don't finish the story in Nano, I'll just finish it in December. But I do want to bring something to the table as a writing skill, or as an experience that I brought from Nano that I will remember and apply to my writing next time, or be like, this was super fun, I want to share it with people, or be like, that was the worst idea I've ever had, I'm not going to touch it again, but I learned my lesson, and then move on.
Cool. So you said you're, trying at different times. So how do you carve out time for NaNoWriMo? Charisse?
That honestly varies depending on the stage of my life. Currently, I work from home, I have kids at home, I have kids in school, and so if I don't put writing first, either I get it done before I do my work, or I do it the first thing in the evening, it tends to be easily crowded out, because I I have other obligations in life that, if I have to get paid, I have to feed my kids. So planning the day is going to be based on, what my priorities are, and I know if I wait till 10 o'clock at night, then I'm too tired, so I have to either do it at like 8 o'clock at night, or sometimes I mix it into the day. If I know what my schedule's going to look like and I need to work late at night, I'll move my writing time a little earlier. I'm very fluid. It used to be, before I was working from home with kids, that I would write during lunch breaks at work when I was in an office, and then before that I was writing on campus in college. There was always a table I would go to, and I would take a snack and just write. So it's I just have to look at my schedule and go, this is what's going to work for me, this is my priority. And sometimes it's literally I'm writing all day long in 10-minute spurts. Like, sometimes it depends every day, sometimes it changes over the seasons.
Yeah, I agree with that. And Stephen, how about you? How do you carve out time for writing for NaNoWriMo?
Well, one of the things I actually tried a few years back, and it's helped me immensely, is I would sit down and I'd write 1,667 words, and I'd time myself. I'd see how long it took me to do, and multiply that time by 30, and that's how long it's going to take you to write this novel. So you'll begin to kind of look at your month, see, okay, I need to work this much, I'm going to sleep this much, and you get an idea as to how much of your free time you're going to need to spend writing this novel of yours. And so the first thing, is kind of just figuring out, how much effort you're going to have to put into this to get the novel that you want. And then once you do that, make it so that whatever computer you're going to write on, make sure the first thing you see when you walk up to it is that novel. Make sure that word processor is up. And also another thing, make sure your family knows. Make sure your family knows you're writing a novel, because if they don't know, you're not writing a novel. I mean, you sitting down to have your personal time and this is my time to write a novel. The rest of your family's going to think this is sit down and talk time. This is you're free to do family activities time. And you kind of need to sit them down and say, hey, this is my time. I have to do this right now. And like I have it, you put earbuds in, you're in your special place that you sit, and that's just a cue to everyone you're not available for the next little while. And then another thing, if you think you may not win, go ahead and tell everyone you know I'm writing a novel, and if I don't finish, you have every right to ridicule me for not having completed this. And that can give you a little bit of a kick in the rear to push ahead and not give up on your story, no matter what.
Yep, that's very true. It helps when you have a little bit of peer pressure to help you along. I've noticed for myself, it takes me about an hour and a half to 2 hours to write 1,667 words a day. And, got to block out that time, one way or another, even if it's, in 10 or 15-minute blocks throughout the day, or one big chunk at the end or in the
I learned how to
beginning.
get away from Facebook and Netflix while November's going on.
Yeah, there's social media and that go kind of on the back burner for that time, for me at least. What about you, Shirley?
Yeah, I actually do a lot of my writing away from the computer. I use an Alpha Smart, which is pretty dated technology. I just bought one used by recommendation by an author I like. And it has changed first drafts for me simply because I'm not at the computer. If I don't know how to research, if I don't have that computer to go down the research rabbit hole, or to be like, ooh, I got an email. I write. Put it, if I need to research something later, I put a little note in it, just straight up in the text saying, look this up later. Or recently the example was, I was writing a short story for Under the Ocean, and I was like, is our oceans acidic? I have no idea, but it's my first draft, so I just wrote our oceans acidic, and then I kept going because I wanted to get the words down. I wanted to create something to work with. First drafts are harder for me. My favorite part of the process is actually usually like draft 3 or 4, when I'm like into the line editing and the story's already there and I'm messing around with it. So that NaNoWriMo draft, I gotta get away from a keyboard. And if sometimes I start writing by hand, I'm like, if I touch a computer, I'm gone because first drafts are hard for me. So yeah, I can't use a computer. If I'm in a write-in online because of the pandemic, I will use the computer, but I put it to the side and then I still type on the Alpha Smart next to me so that there's not the moving around between tabs, because then I just keep doing that once that habit's created.
Yeah. That and turning off the phone or putting the phone somewhere else. It's like no notifications, no phone, just time to write, nothing else. Yes. So do you like write-ins or writing with a buddy of some kind?
Well, I personally love to do write-ins. It's just really, I don't know, inspiring to see other people who are with you writing. And we have one write-in at the local library, and it's just amazing to go in there and just, we usually have about 40 people there, and just everyone typing all at the same time, getting those words down. And that's the only thing you can hear in your ears is the sound of other people typing, and there are worlds being created all over the place. And to think you're a part of that, and NaNoWriMo has always existed with a social aspect, and I don't think it would be NaNoWriMo without the social aspect. And a lot of writers like me have really latched on to the social aspect of NaNoWriMo. So yes, NaNoWriMo is definitely a social thing. It is write-ins definitely help.
Charisse?
I'm with Steven. I love write-ins. They're my favorite part of NaNoWriMo because there's that connection. All my friends in the region, my old writing buddies who, might have moved on in life but still come back for NaNoWriMo. Everybody's writing, and it is the most wonderful experience to be in the same room as them writing, or even some write-ins are more chatty. There's food, it's a party, we're talking about what we're writing. It just is always this enthusiasm and excitement, and a write-in is a great place to get that encouragement to keep going, especially when your plot is hard, or the story is hard, or the time's crowding out your writing time. You hit that write-in, and it's just like, boom, I can do this. I want to do this. I remember why I'm doing it. And that's actually been a unique experience this past year because of the pandemic. NaNoWriMo moved it up, stopped in-person write-ins, for our safety. And it was all digital. And that was really interesting. Simply because a lot of people didn't like that because there was that lack of, being in the same room, but there were avenues to talk online and to do online write-ins, and a lot of regions stepped it up. There was Discords, there's IRCs, there's Facebook groups, there's Zoom groups. And I think those continuing through the past year has been really good. But even if you're shy or you've never been to a write-in before, just going to one, it changed writing for me, my first write-in, and it changed NaNoWriMo for me, and they're great. And when I can't go to a write-in because of transportation or, this past year, COVID, it was sad. And I look forward to the time when we can do in-person write-ins again because I want to see everybody's faces. I want to share stories and swap horror stories and the mishaps of NaNoWriMo again.
Oh yes, I totally enjoy the energy that comes when you're in a space with other people writing. It's not that, getting together online is bad. It's just a different kind of energy. And sometimes it's more casual, sometimes it's not, but it's just we have a common goal and it helps an awful lot. And it's just something I really enjoy. I have had a lot of fun at the library or Dragon's Keep, and it's just been a blast. Okay, so in line with the preparing part, do you create a outline or character sheets or anything before NaNoWriMo begins? Charisse?
I used to do like a huge character Bible where I'd like insert interview questions about my characters, but I've changed that over the years to be more of I want to know, not so much about what they look like and their background, but I want to know their goals, what they want. I want to know, what I want them to be like in the end. Are they going to be stronger and more confident, they can wield their magic, or are they going to be, a little bit more broken and the world is harsh and I need to be careful with how I use this power that I have. So the starting point and then kind of the end goal, at least for characters, and then how the magic system, or I do a lot of fantasy, so magic systems. So it's not so much that like an outline, but I do take a lot of notes of ideas. I typically put it in some sort of like notebook, or loose leaf binder so that I can move things around. And it can be anywhere from like 5 pages. To my last NaNoWriMo project, I think I had like 50 pages because of the magic system and where I wanted it to go. But it was the half size pages, not the 8x11, but like a half size binder.
That's fine. Nice, well prepared, impressive. Stephen.
Well, like I said, I'm a pantser. I don't do a whole lot of planning beforehand, but sort of like how in Dungeons and Dragons you may decide to do a session 0 before you start the main campaign. It's sort of like Cherie said earlier that you can kind of write a chapter 0 before you start. Like maybe it takes place in some kingdom that has a rich and varied history, but you don't really want to start off your book with a whole lot of exposition about it. So to keep it straight in your mind, maybe just pants out a little, just a little blurb about this, so you're not confused about it. And I kind of look at it sort of like a date with my characters. That you don't go on a date immediately and you say, "Hi, can you tell me everything about you from the time you were a small child to now, so that I know whether or not you're worth dating." You get in, you start the relationship, and you learn those things as you go along. And so I just kind of put my characters out there. I have a rough idea of what I want them to be, and I'm kind of there like, I'm the writer. Tell me who you are. And they're like, I'm the character. To tell me what you want me to do. And slowly over time, they'll start to show me who they are, and we'll stop being on our best behavior like you do for the first few dates, and you start really getting to learn about each other, and it becomes a beautiful thing. It becomes a relationship on the page. And I've just never been able to get that when I'm writing out my characters and really planning them in a really big way, like have a character Bible before I start writing.
Good. Yeah, that way works too. I've done a number of times where it's just like, oh, from a standing start, let's see what I come up with. And it's like, oh, this either works or it doesn't work. Have you ever run out of ideas? That has happened to me a number of times where, I reach, 20, 25,000 words, and it's like, oh, I am out of story. Help. So, Charisse, what have you done in it? Have you had that occasion happen, or?
I don't so much as run out of ideas. I run out of exciting ideas. It's like, this is kind of feeling a little boring. I am not as interested in the plot anymore. The ideas I have currently mapped out don't excite me anymore. So when I have that dry spell, I look at it and go, oh, where can I fix it? How can I make it exciting? What's fun? I attended a class by Lindsay Eager a year ago, and she talked about how she writes down what excites her, and what does she like to write about. And I've started doing that as well. When I hit that dry spell and it's not exciting anymore, what do I like to write about? I like to write about dragons. I like to write about magical creatures, familiars. I like to write about I like fight scenes. I like pirates. I like elemental stuff. So I start to look at my list and be like, what can I put in here that's fun? Can I put in a dragon and then insert something that I like to make it more spicy for me? And that usually kickstarts the ideas. Even if I don't go with the dragon and I ended up picking something else, I just try to figure out what makes me have fun writing, because it's a first draft, it's NaNoWriMo, I want it to be fun. In draft 2, I can throw the whole thing out and go a different direction. I just want to finish it. And I don't want to hate myself while I finish it.
Of course not. But it's like, yeah, we're building relationships with all these things, and it's for us. We're the only audience at this point. We can be indulgent. How about you, Steven?
Well, yes, I've had several times where I've pretty much just looked at my characters and I've said, okay, now where do we go from here? This doesn't seem to be going much of anywhere, and I need some ideas. And some of them that I've come up with is side quests. Come up with something that maybe your character does. Yes, they're walking to get from point A to point B. They're going from their home village to the Dark Lord's castle, and well, what happens in between there? There are people living there. Those people have needs, and your party may have the ability to help some of them. And just about anyone who's played Skyrim can tell you that many times the side quests are more interesting than the actual main quest. And at the end, they may walk away with a treasure that you didn't expect them to have. They may walk away with a new party member that you weren't expecting to have, that might actually start pulling their weight on the team and suddenly start making things interesting. And another thing, I actually did this once, kind of write it sort of like the movie, The Princess Bride, where the story we're seeing is not the actual story. What we're hearing is the grandfather reading the story, and that maybe the whole story you're writing is someone telling the story to another audience. And if you start feeling like this just isn't working for me, well, go ahead and maybe have the storyteller stop for a second. Maybe they need to catch their breath or something, and have the listeners say, well, what about this? And what about this? And that can give you a lot of good ideas as to what you're going to do next. And, there are many, many things you can do to get passion back into your story when you've run out of ideas. I've even heard people say, just eat something really, really sugary, get yourself hyper, and go on from there. Let's see what that does to help it. And so, yes, you can run out of ideas, but once you've done it a few times, you can find ways to come up with ideas on the fly that will be more or less things you can work straight into your novel.
All right, thank you. We'll be doing Q&A fairly soon. But one more question before we get to the Q&A. So what's your best tip or trick for maximizing word count? Therese.
I do two things. I do word sprints. And depending on how stressful my life is, sometimes I'll do 30-minute word sprints, sometimes I'll do 10-minute word sprints, or anything in between. Or even if I'm doing it with somebody else and we'll have a battle and make it a word war. That just helps me to be like, hey, I'm writing right now, I'm writing as fast as I can. And my first drafts are always really terrible anyway, so it's a first draft. It doesn't have to always make sense, because I'm just gonna change it, and it just needs to be malleable. So I just get those words in, I do the sprint. My other trick is that I front load my word count at the beginning of the month. It's so much easier to stay ahead in NaNoWriMo than it is to catch up. And I've been on both sides of the coin, and if I can, while that first week of high excitement is going on, get in extra words every day, I can stay ahead, and then the month just is like, it's like the boulder rolling down the mountain. It gets faster and faster. Keep going. Once you hit that few days that you fall behind, and it's just a struggle, and I'm gonna catch up, and then I'm gonna catch up, and then I'm gonna catch up. And you're like, I'm gonna catch up over Thanksgiving break. Do it. And then there's family and food. Somebody showed up early, and you're just like, I gotta catch up. So if you can, that first week when the excitement is high and you're revving to go, get it, just write extra. If you can spend an extra, 15 minutes a day than you were planning on, or even just, if you can push yourself a little bit more, the beginning of November is infinitely easier to write in than the end of November.
Oh yeah, I totally agree with that. Thanks. Steven, how about you?
Yeah, I'm just going to second that. I mean, you front load the words that you do. I mean, and if you can, I've seen people who have just stopped at 1667 every day. Don't do that. Don't do that. Uh, make it to 2,000 or 3,000 a day. Make that your goal. Make that your new goal, and I guarantee you will make it. I think one of the best things you can do is to really find your zone. Find find the way that you write personally. Like, do you listen to music? What type of music? What sort of songs do you play when you do that? I mean, for me, I cannot listen to songs with lyrics. I want to start singing along, and there's no way that I can keep writing. Uh, but I know people who, yes, they absolutely have to have songs with lyrics that they like and they know in order to write. And I'm also going to say, yes, you one of the best things you can do is word sprints. If you can do it with someone, have a word war, that's great. You can compare yourself and you can say things like, well, I didn't beat this person, but I'm faster than I was, 10 days ago. So hey, I'm doing better. And uh, that's one of my main ways of doing it. Just getting into my zone and doing a word sprint. Just say I'm going to write as much as I can for 30 minutes, and that's all I'm going to do, and I won't stop writing until this 30 minutes is over. And honestly, I think that's the best advice you can give to anyone who's really struggling to actually write and get words down. Just set aside a time and write as much as you can in that time.
Yep. Good advice. I like to make sure to add lots and lots of dialogue tags because that, and adjectives. It's like, yeah, oh, you should never do. It's like I'm putting all of these in because I need words.
It's a rough draft.
Yeah, it's rough. I can edit them out later, but if I put them in now, I get extra word count, and that's where we're going. So, do we have any questions for the team?
Yes, we do. First question. How do you find inspiration?
Charisse, do you want to go?
Music. So, like Steven, I can't listen to music with lyrics while I write. I could 10 years ago, but I just have too much other background noise with kids and stuff that I can't do it. But I will pick 1 to 3 songs that will be like my my muse. This is the theme of this story, and I'll listen to it before I start writing. I'll listen to the songs before I sit down. That's why I keep it 1 to 3, because if I pick 10 songs, then I'm gonna listen to all 10 songs. So I'll just pick 1 to 3. Often it's just one. I'll just pick one song, and this one song matches the character, and this is the pain they're gonna go through, or the joy, and I just go from there. Like, how does this song make me feel? How can I apply it to the character? How can I apply it to their magic? How can I apply it from their journey? And it's all about the music. And then when I'm writing, I do a lot of white noise, and I do a lot of ambient mixer background sounds, and it's just like, how would they interact with this? How does this impact my mood? How does it affect the character's mood? So.
Thank you. Steven.
I think all writers, if you're going to be a writer, if you've decided to sign up for NaNoWriMo, you've got an overactive imagination. And I think if you give yourself enough credit, I mean, you're going to come up with ideas in your head. Things are going to pop out. But, like I said, I don't do a whole lot of planning. And I always consider my method of writing sort of like the Bob Ross way of writing. You just cover your canvas with a thin layer of liquid white, and you just say, I'm going to blend everything on the canvas, and I'm going to let the inspiration come to me while I'm doing the writing. And many times I'll sit down and I'm saying, I'm not inspired. I don't know what my characters are going to do. I don't know uh, how they're going to get out of this mess. But then I think, you know what? It can work. It can work. And sometimes I'll throw the craziest thing on there, and just that itself will give me inspiration to keep going. I mean, go ahead and go in there, and it's like, well, my main character breathes fire. Well, she's never breathed fire before. Does she have that ability? Well, she does now, and I'm just going to throw that in. And there's something about her dad falling in love with a chromatic dragon and somehow getting amnesia from this, and she inherited that, and boom, she has fire breath now, and that just leads the whole story. So I kind of find inspiration on the fly. I suppose would be the best answer for that.
Wonderful, wonderful. And well, for myself, I tend to gather setting information. It's like I'll look through Pinterest for cool places around the world and just, create kind of a mood board of, okay, I want them to go through these kinds of places. How would we get there? And that's a lot of fun sometimes. Some of the places don't make any sense, but that's okay. We just have to make sense getting there. Next question.
Okay. What is the thing you've gotten most out of doing NaNoWriMo?
Steven, do you want to take that one?
Yeah, sure. I had first become an English major in college because I wanted to write stories. I thought I would love to write fiction, but it seemed like everyone around me who was in the English program were going to be editors, or they were getting into publishing, and it just didn't seem like there were that many writers. And I just thought, I don't really have anyone I can really go ahead and talk to, and they want the same thing. But when NaNoWriMo came around, it not only showed me that there are other people who want to be writers, but it also said that I could write. I said to myself, I don't think I could write a book if it killed me, but suddenly I was there with a rough draft for my first novel, and that just gives you power. That gives you power to make you think you can do anything. And every time I finished a novel, that's what NaNoWriMo gives me. It gives me so much power inside, so much encouragement to know that I can do just about anything I want to do.
Yeah. Thank you. Charisse, please.
I've learned more about myself as a writer during NaNoWriMo. Mostly because of that experimentation that I do, and I try new things, and I'm there to have fun. And November is my whatever I want to write month. It's not so, oh, I need to write this because I want to write this short story, or I want to do another draft of this novel I'm working on, or I want to practice, I need to develop a specific skill for editing. It's very much freedom. And I use it that way, and I learn about myself, and I learn about writing, and I hang out with other people, and I go, yes, people like to write, and it's fun. Writing is fun, and you don't have to want to be published. You don't have to have great monetary goals to just have fun and write. It's a wonderful hobby. It's a wonderful pastime, and just tell your stories and have fun and learn about yourself. You don't owe anybody what you're writing, especially in NaNoWriMo. It's just, have fun, enjoy yourself, learn about your characters, and enjoy it along the way.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, when NaNoWriMo is great, it feels like you're hooked into the great creative currents of the universe, and it just charges you up like nothing else. It doesn't happen all the time, and that's okay. But it's something so different from the whole rest of the year that just makes it completely amazing. And I really appreciate, getting organized and doing that, because, it's not something you always get to do the rest of the year. Any other questions?
One more question. What advice can you give new writers and people new to NaNoWriMo?
Okay. Therese?
Two things. One, it doesn't have to be good. It says draft 0. It's draft 1. It's just, you change your mind. You go a different direction. It's all about writing. And my second thought is that writing takes longer than you think it will. So plan on it. If you don't go into November knowing how you're going to handle with a contingency plan or how to handle when you're going to write, it's going to be really hard. Somebody's going to get sick because it's cold season and flu season. Thanksgiving is always a disaster. I just know that the days around Thanksgiving, my kids are off school. I'm taking it. Everyone's off of work for a few days. I just know that I'm not going to be able to write. Things happen. If you don't plan for something, you just you gotta know how you're gonna change things up. But then don't beat yourself up if you don't finish. It's all about the writing. You end the month at 12,000 words. You wrote 12,000 words you didn't have before, and be proud of those 12,000 words because you wrote them. How much more could you want? You actually wrote these words. You have a story. You have characters, and that's the fun part.
Oh yeah. Steven?
Yeah, most of the things that Charisse just said, I'm going to second that. Like I said, Bob Ross is kind of my writing coach when it comes to November. And one of the favorite things that he says, we don't make mistakes, we have happy accidents. And trust me, in November, you're going to have a lot of happy accidents. You're going to see absolute genius come out on the pages. You're going to look at it later and say, did I write that? Then again, you're going to see a lot of stuff that's going to be, oh my gosh, I could have handled this so much better. Don't worry about it. And Bob Ross, he said, you'll learn more from your mistakes than you will from your successes. You need to look at every time you make a mistake, look at it. Look at what you can learn from it. And when you do, you'll do even better next time. And even after 14 rough drafts, I still don't really like the way I write half the time, especially in the rough drafts. And Bob Ross, he did say that if there's a key to human nature is that we are always dissatisfied. We are always dissatisfied with what we produce. And if we are ever completely satisfied with something, we may as well quit because we have nowhere else to go from there. So I think one of the biggest things you can learn from NaNoWriMo is don't be afraid of messing up. Don't be afraid of you writing the wrong thing. Just go with it. If it feels good, go with it. And it's the right thing for you to write this month.
Yeah, I echo those sentiments. Thank you very much, because what you're doing in NaNoWriMo is how one person put it. They're putting sand in the sandbox so they can make castles later. We're just building a sand pile right now. We'll make it pretty in the edits and the rewrites and all that. Fill your sandbox. That's what we're trying to do in NaNoWriMo. We're almost out of time. We'll have some closing thoughts from each of us, Charisse, Stephen, and then we'll be done.
Well, if it's your first NaNoWriMo, I hope you have a wonderful time. Whether write-ins are in person this year or still online, go have a good time. Learn about yourself, learn about writing. It's a first draft. It can be as messy as you want it. Don't delete anything. Just have fun, keep writing. You'll change it later, or you'll hit the end of the month and say, I don't want to edit this book at all. I'm just going to close it, and this is in its final form because I'm going to go write something else. It's November. It's NaNoWriMo. It's my favorite season. It's my favorite holiday. It's just write. Enjoy yourself. Don't worry about the quality. Just build your sandbox.
Stephen?
Start with a dream in your heart. That's what this is. You start with something that you really, really want to do. And, writing is hard. No matter how you're going to write, it's hard work. And you should approach this realizing this is not going to come easy. This is going to be more difficult than you probably thought it would be. But, I look at people like marathon runners and think that they put forth so much work to get from the beginning to the end. So many people don't make it, but with NaNoWriMo, you can make it. I believe everyone can make it. I mean, they've talked about kids who are as young as 10 who wrote 50,000 word novels on the main NaNoWriMo site. And you know what? I look at me from 2007, and if I can write a novel, anyone can write a novel. But be warned, NaNoWriMo is addictive. We've all done it more than our fair share, and I don't think we're going to stop anytime soon. So, like I said, this is a great group. You're going to find friends. You're going to find people you're going to want to keep in contact with year round, and it'll be something you always remember. Even if you only do it once, this will be something that you can tell your family forever and your friends forever that you did this and you're proud of yourself for doing this, and you wouldn't trade a minute of it. So go ahead and write that novel. We'll all be rooting for you.
Hey, thank you, Charisse. Thank you, Stephen. And thank you, everyone, for coming to Life, the Universe, and Everything at the Edge of the Universe. Go work on that novel. Thank you very much.
Thanks, everybody.
Ciao.
Thank you for joining us for Edge of the Universe this year. And we encourage you to go and fill out our survey, a link for which can be found in our social media and on our website. Thanks, everybody.